Hey, sorry I'm late again, guys. TikTok Studio did a new update and it added an auto bleeper for cuss words, and I can't figure out how to turn it off. So I'm going to have to watch my mouth until I can figure out how to turn it off because it's going to wake people up. Auto bleeper, yeah, for cuss words. And so I feel like that's going to wake people up. Yeah, there's a way to turn it off, but they've hidden it. And the way that people are saying online, I watched 2 videos. That's why I'm late. I watched 2 videos on how to turn it off. And the way they're telling me, I don't have the button they're telling. But it definitely popped up and told me that it's auto on. I'm like, what? So now that's going to be really annoying. I'm just going to have to watch to see what I said. Or if somebody can figure out how to turn it off for me, that'd be great. But I just didn't want to waste any more time and have you guys think I wasn't going to go live. So I was like, well, forget it. I'll just go live. Yeah, I guess I can. Fuck. Did it work? Fuck, 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 fuck. No beep? Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. Thanks, guys. Well, it popped up and it made me, so there was no reason for me to be late. But no, Naomi, they just added a new feature that's auto bleeping, and we were testing it out. But because it says it's on for auto bleeping, and it's not. So that's interesting. We were just testing it out. Hi, Sparkle Tree. Hi, Justin. Hi, James. Hi, Average C. Hi, Sherry. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Let me know. Because I don't know if I'll hear it on my end or if only you guys will. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, maybe, Michelle. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, of course, Sparkle Tree. That actually makes a lot of sense, Michelle. To like protect the live host from people. That's actually so smart. I bet that's what it's for. Michelle, you're just so smart. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome in, everybody. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps too. And thank you to everybody tapping. And feel free to start putting your story requests in all capital letters in the chat, and I will write them down and we will vote. And just a reminder, please write your story requests in all capital letters so I can catch them in the chat. Thank you, guys. Hi, Misty. Love you. And Allie, no, I don't really get sleepy on the live. Like sometimes towards the very end, yeah, especially on Wednesdays. My day was good, Mary. How was yours? Hi, Rhyme. Hi, April. Hi, April. Hi, Lady Rose. Hi, Rabbit Hole. Hi, Cable. I'm glad to hear that, Robin. I hope you continue to feel better. Hi, Outlandish, or Outlandon-ish. How are you? Hi, Antonio. Hi, Holly. Hi, Glossette. Welcome in, everybody. And if you're just joining us, welcome in. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I'm going to set up the first poll, and if you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow. In the bottom right hand corner, there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. That button puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also, sharing to your stories and with your friends helps immensely, and tapping, thank you so much. I'll be right back with the first poll. Tank Girl, I could not agree with you more. And I made sure that my background music had the theremin in it. That was like the #1 requirement for my background music. So thanks for noticing. Okay, guys, the first poll is ready. We have Whistler's Hollow versus the Black Dog. of Hanging Hills versus the Versailles Time Slip versus Station 109, which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking, versus the Melonheads. And you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a blue box, and that's how you vote for the stories you want. And you can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. And the winner is Station 109. I'll be right back with that story. And welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every night from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little yellow circle that says repost with 2 arrows chasing each other, and that puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us get found. It helps us grow this beautiful porch. Also, thank you for people writing keywords in the chat throughout the night. It does help when the AI scans the chat to figure out how to categorize us and where to send us out. It does help the robots figure out what this live is about and send us out to the right people. So it's very appreciated. And I pin the funniest sentences that involve keywords throughout the night. So I enjoy seeing the funny ones. Thanks, guys. And I'll be right back. Like, perfect example here, Rochelle. And I'll be right back with the tale of Station 109. So grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, check out the shooting stars, and welcome to the porch. Hi, April traveling. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of Station 109. Hi, Jayliz. Tonight, we tune into a broadcast that transcends time and space. Oh my God, Jasmine, I saw. I'm so excited. Thanks. A story that explores the haunting depths of an abandoned radio station. Thanks, Michelle. Imagine stumbling upon a radio frequency that leads you into a realm of darkness, where not all signals are safe and not all stories end well. This is a story about an abandoned radio station, a cursed frequency, and two friends believing that something was harmless simply because it was old. So dim the lights, grab a blanket, and settle in for the spooky journey into the unknown. This is the tale of Station 109. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Crafter. The night began with thick storm clouds, the kind that press low against the earth. Rain lashed against the windows, and wind moved through the trees. It was the sort of night that discouraged travel, discouraged company. Jamie and DJ had not seen each other for years. They weren't teenagers chasing adrenaline or novelty anymore. They were middle-aged men with careers behind them, regrets they rarely discussed, and the shared history of having once been closer than life had allowed them to be now. Time had softened their edges, but had not erased their instincts for curiosity, especially when it came wrapped in nostalgia. They found themselves together again in Jamie's basement, a space untouched by renovation or modern taste. The room was cluttered with artifacts from earlier decades. Boxes of vinyl records, outdated recording equipment, tangled cables. It was a room built for listening. The storm outside intensified as the evening wore on, isolating the house further from the world beyond it. Thank you, Eric. The power flickered but held, and the basement lights hummed faintly, casting long shadows. And that was when the radio came into play. It wasn't a modern device. It was heavy, analog, and clearly well used. It had once belonged to DJ's grandpa, someone who spent hours searching for something on the airwaves, though they never could figure out what. When the radio was powered on, it behaved exactly as expected at first. Static filled the room, broken occasionally by fragments of music or distant talk shows bleeding in from neighboring frequencies. But nothing remarkable, nothing threatening, until the dial reached 109.1. The sound that emerged was not music. It was not silence either. It was a strange transmission, layered with interference carrying the unmistakable cadence of a human voice. The signal wavered, but it didn't fade. It clung to the frequency as though it was anchored there. Then the temperature in the room dropped. Several degrees. Enough to be noticed without either of them saying anything. The basement lights flickered again. Dust stirred in the air, and the voice on the radio didn't introduce itself. It didn't identify a station or a location. It spoke only of danger, of warning, of a frequency that shouldn't be heard. At first, it was easy to dismiss. Thank you, Langley. Old broadcasts had a way of sounding very dramatic. Experimental radio was full of unsettling performances. But as the minutes passed, the transmission began to feel less like a recording and more like a plea. The storm outside grew louder, and the transmission began to shift, moving away from warnings and into history. Station 109.1, the voice explained, had once been a legitimate broadcast. A regional station run by a DJ known for his obsession with pushing boundaries. He experimented constantly, convinced that radio waves could carry more than just sound. That they could carry presence, emotion, influence. Late night listeners became devoted. Then they reported unusual experiences, dreams that felt guided, voices that seemed to know them. Some listeners would drive long distances without even remembering why. Others stopped answering their phones, and then disappearances followed. The DJ himself vanished after a final broadcast. The station shut down soon after, but apparently the frequency never went silent. It continued broadcasting sporadically and unpredictably, as if something had remained behind. As this history unfolded, the basement no longer felt like a contained space. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls, pulling away from their sources. Corners of the room darkened beyond what the lighting could explain. The air felt heavy, resistance, as though breathing required more effort than it should have. The radio began to hum. Not static, not sound, a vibration that could be felt. Then movement followed. Not sudden, not obvious, just a darkness that began to form into shapes, vague outline. It hinted at a human form without being fully recognizable. The transmission grew more erratic, voices layered over one another, overlapping and indistinct. The sense of being watched intensified. Pressing in from every direction at once. It was no longer clear whether the sound was coming from the radio or from the room itself. These were not ghosts in the traditional sense. These were echoes. Residual presences bound to the frequency. The radio's casing rattled violently. The only way to stop it was to sever that connection completely. When the radio was destroyed, the effect would be immediate. So they did it, and the sound cut off mid-vibration, leaving behind a silence so complete that it made their ears ring. Then the shadow in the basement collapsed inward, dissolving into nothing, and the pressure in the room released all at once. They both looked at each other and the broken radio on the floor and laughed. The storm outside began to ease, rain tapering off into something manageable. The basement lights then stabilized, humming steadily once more, and all that remained was the broken radio on the floor, and the lingering sense that they had just narrowly avoided something. Station 109.1 did not follow them out of that house. But it didn't feel gone either, because some frequencies never truly disappear. The tale of Station 109 serves as a warning that not everything old and abandoned is empty, and not every signal is harmless. Because somewhere between static and silence, there's a frequency that shouldn't be heard. And that's the tale of Station 109. And just a reminder, I do tell the name of the story at the beginning and at the end of every story. So if you come in the middle, you don't have to ask, what story is this? You can just listen and then wait until the end and you will hear the title. You do not have to worry about trying to find the title in the chat. You can just listen and then I will tell you the name at the end of the story. Every single time. Without fail, I will tell you the name of the story. And that one was Station 109. That was a Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. I hope you guys liked it. Good night, April. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. Thanks, Maureen. Thank you, April. Thanks, Kelly. Hi, Erica. Aw, not worthy. Do you not have an attention span, boo-boo? You need somebody to be talking to you the whole time? That's okay, Sunflower. You just got here. You only missed one story so far. Oh, Matt, that's good. Well, you're in the right place, not worthy, because we're all here to work on our attention spans, and we come in here to slow down and chill and relax so that we can all learn to not doom scroll and have a better attention span. So I'm glad you're here, and that's okay, because all of our attention spans are kind of shitty right now. So here we take things slowly, we chill, we do some chatting. I am actually streaming on 3 different sites, so I do change the backgrounds between each story, and I'm a one-woman production, so it takes me a little bit of time. But I think you should grab a beanbag chair or a hammock and chill with us on the porch and see if you like it. I tell spooky bedtime stories. Yeah, not worthy. We all need to take it slow. And that's why I like to call people out about their attention spans, because I have been working on mine diligently now for 2 years, because I noticed that I couldn't pay attention to shit. And it was honestly getting annoying to me. And it raises your blood pressure and your heart rate and all kinds of stuff that's not good for your health. And stress ages you. So it's like you're actually doing self-care when you come in here and just chill. You know, we're just here to chill, and I tell spooky stories, we vote on them, and we just relax, you know? There's some spooky music in between, and the chat itself, nobody notices the pauses because we have such an amazing community in here that everybody's just chatting away with each other and has so much fun in here. So you scrolled into the right place, and I'm glad you're here. And my name's Devin, and this is Porch Lore. That's okay, live, laugh, love. I'm glad you're back. Welcome in, guys. Take a seat on the porch, and I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote, and I'll be right back so we can vote on the next story. Happy Thursday. Hi, Melissa. Welcome in. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Sherry. Okay, you guys, the next poll is ready. We have the Chupacabra. We have the Bell Witch and Justice for Empusa. We have the Camper Van. We have the Overnight Delivery. And we have the last summer carnival. And Merlin, thank you. Oh my God, my cat's name is Merlin, and he's like the love of my life. Welcome in. Hi, Patty. Hi, Sue. And thank you so much, Merlin. I really appreciate that. It's very kind. All right, guys, we have the Chupacabra, the Bell Witch, the camper van, the overnight delivery, and the last summer carnival. And if you are on TikTok, you can vote. In the top left-hand corner, there is a blue box, and you can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. And by the way, Jasmine, I saw your order. Thanks so much. I really appreciate your support. I almost cried. I was like, oh my God, she ordered a lot. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you supporting my merch venture. It really means a lot. Who's gonna be the winner? Chupacabra, the Bell Witch, the camper van, the overnight delivery, or the last summer carnival? Thanks, Michelle. That's so cute. And the winner is the overnight delivery. All right, you guys, I will be right back with the tale of the overnight delivery. And if you guys would do me a big favor, while I'm setting that up, if you guys would hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner, and there's a little yellow circle with two arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours with cool people. And you can undo it and redo it throughout the night, and it helps just reset the algorithm, and it does help a lot. Also, the taps help a lot too. So thank you for everybody who is tapping and doing tap contests. It means a lot. And it does help get us pushed out. So thank you so much. Be right back. And thank you, Jess, for the hand hearts. Thank you, Misty, for the cozy cryptids. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the overnight delivery. By the way, I just wanted to point out what a difference it makes when you guys do the reposting for me. 100 people just came into this live in the last 5 minutes since you guys did that. Do you see that? 100 people. That's what a difference it makes and how much it helps. So thank you guys. It means a lot. It's the only reason I mention it so much. So thank you guys. And hello, Life of a Mechanic. Welcome in. Sorry you're feeling low. You're in the right place. Welcome to the porch. Oh, tell Dex I said, I know, Mary, that's so weird. Hi, Lorna. You know I would love it with a trap beat. Dex knows that I would love it with a trap beat. That would be so me. You know I would love that. I almost want it to be like the beat of lap dance. Chas, Dark Angel, this is your first time here. Welcome in. Everybody, welcome in, Chas. First time. All right, submitted for the approval. Actually, I'm going to restart the music. We got distracted. I got distracted by you guys. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the overnight delivery. Have you ever had one of those moments where the world doesn't feel quite right? Like the air around you shifts just a little. Just enough that your brain registers that something is off, even if you can't put your finger on it. Hi, Mama Brooke. Welcome in. That's how it started for me. Just a little feeling creeping in at the edge of my awareness, whispering that something was wrong. It happened when I took a job as a private overnight courier. I loved driving and the money was too good to pass up. Pick up a package and deliver it by morning. Cash under the table. No questions asked. Simple. The first few runs were easy. Meet a man in a suit. Take a locked metal case. Drive 8 hours and drop it off to another man in a suit. But the night everything changed started just like all the others. I picked up the package outside a warehouse on the edge of town. The man who handed it to me was different this time, though. His suit looked the same, but he had this off quality about him. His eyes never blinked, and when he smiled, it was too wide and too stretched. It was creepy. And my gut told me just to walk away. But I had already taken the job. I was committed. The case felt heavier than usual when I set it in my trunk. And it sounded like something had moved inside and shifted when I set it down. Now the drive should have been straightforward. 400 miles through the desert. Straight shot, no stops. But an hour in, I started seeing headlights in my rear view mirror. Just another traveler, but they stayed there, uncomfortably close. Every turn I made, they made. Every acceleration they matched. My fingers tightened around the wheel. When I finally built up the nerve to take an unplanned exit, they followed. That's when panic set in. My heart pounded in my chest as I floored it down an empty side road. The other car sped up too, headlights growing larger in my mirror. Then, just as suddenly as they appeared, the lights vanished. No brakes, no turnoff. They were just gone. The road behind me was empty. I kept driving, my nerves shot, trying to convince myself that maybe I just overreacted. But that's when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping coming from my trunk. Slow, insistent tapping. I almost pulled over. I almost opened it to see what was inside. But something told me that I wouldn't want to know. Instead, I tightened my grip. And I kept driving. I kept my eyes on the road, and I kept pretending that I wasn't hearing what I was hearing. An hour later, my radio cut out. Static. A low, garbled voice whispered beneath the hiss. It didn't sound like any language I knew, but somehow I understood what it was saying. It was telling me not to stop. Then the tapping grew louder, faster, more frantic. And then just as my headlights caught the next mile marker, something in the trunk screamed. Not a human scream, and not an animal. Something else. Something that I have never heard before. I slammed the gas pedal to the floor, tearing down the empty highway at 90 miles an hour. I didn't care about the delivery anymore, I just wanted out. My destination was less than an hour away, so I forced myself to keep going, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles went white. And just when I thought I might make it, the trunk lid started to rattle. The lock strained. Whatever was inside was trying to get out. I made it to the drop-off point at the gas station in the middle of nowhere. And the second my tires skidded to a stop, the trunk burst open. I threw myself out of the car and I ran for the station's lights. By the time I turned back, the trunk was empty and the case was gone. The man waiting for the delivery stood by the pumps. He looked past me into the darkness, nodded and said, "Good, now it's loose." Then he handed me an envelope of cash, got into his car and drove off just like that. I don't know what was in my trunk, and I don't know what got out. I didn't ask any questions, but I never took another overnight delivery job again. And that's the tale of the overnight delivery. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every night from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write and record all of these stories myself, so you can listen to them whenever you would like when I'm not live on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Also, all of the links are in my bio. Thank you, Chaz, for the roses. Guilford Gray, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. I grew up in Guilford County. All right, you guys, I will be right back. Hi, Joanne. I'll be right back with the next poll for us to vote for the next story. Thank you, Amanda, for the cute hand hearts. I'll be right back. Skrilla, no, I'm not. Did I miss something funny? Did I miss a funny comment? Yes, I know, Pippa. You're cute. Thank you, Archangela, for the beautiful swan. I love that one. I love how the feather flies at the end. Scarlet made me do it. Scarlet said I was summoned. It's Scarlet's favorite thing. I think one of these days I'm going to let people come up in boxes just to do that with me. Like, we can make it a choir. It'd be great. That's so funny. You got me to do it, Melly. It is the porch anthem. Like, Anna said she made it her ringtone. I feel like she needs to make me going as her ringtone. People would be like, what the hell? What is that phone? Like, I think you have a call, weirdo. Anyway, I'll be right back with the next poll. I know, right, Robin? Oh, Draken Steals. I've done it on my live on Wednesdays. I go live on Wednesdays during the day on camera, and I've done it in front of people. I do it on Wednesdays for you guys. And I look just about like you would think I would, going, it's ridiculous. Melly said that's the porch version of the bat call. When I do that, everybody shows up in the chat. Like, I'm awake. All right, you guys. Is it Skrilla? Okay, guys, the next poll is ready. We have the maintenance man, the crawl space, the boo hag, Whistler's Hollow, and the mad scientist. You can vote in the top left-hand corner if you're on TikTok. If not, put it in the chat on the other ones, and Justin or one of us will vote over here for you. And yes, we have the maintenance man, the crawl space, the boo hag, Whistler's Hollow, and the mad scientist. 2 of my scariest stories in the poll, ladies and gentlemen. I would say almost 3 because E freaks people out too, the mad scientist. Wait, back to back? Yeah, lovely. I thought I'd get it out of the way. After the overnight driver is wild work. I love you, lovely. Just in case you guys were wondering, my mod, lovely, gets really scared easily, but she takes it for the team to be my friend and hang out in here and help me. And I love her for it, but she gets very freaked out. And some of the stories she has to leave and come back. I love you, lovely. You're just the cutest human ever. She's so cute. Okay, guys, you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There is a blue box, and you can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. Who's it going to be? The maintenance man, the crawl space, the boo hag, Whistler's Hollow, or the mad scientist? And the winner is the mad scientist. Thank you, Eric. Oh, Michelle, you're so sweet. All right, welcome in everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And yes, Beefy, this is the Bojangles story. Shout out to Bojangles. Wish you could sponsor me, but we don't have a Bojangles here. All right. Give me 1 minute to let Merlin out of my room. He's being restless. I'll be right back. Oh, hi, the wannabe. Hello, Jeff. Also, guys, thanks for being here. I do write and record all these stories myself, and you can find them all on my YT channel as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Also, if you could do me a big favor, and if you could hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner, there's a little yellow circle that has 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost, and that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. And it's so appreciated. Also, sharing to your stories, sharing with your friends, all of it helps. Tapping helps immensely. So thank you guys very much. Alyssa and Tanisha, thank you for sharing and tapping. I see you guys down there. And I will be right back with the tale. Everybody calls it the Mad Scientist, but it's actually called The Tale of the Winter in Whispering Pines, also known as the Mad Scientist, or as Beefy calls it, the Bojangles story. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of winter in Whispering Pines. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Akaro. Welcome in, Amy. There's something about winter storms that strips away every illusion of control we think we have. You can plan, prepare, check the forecast 100 times. But when nature decides to cut you off from the rest of the world, you're helpless. Thank you, Mary. That's the lesson I learned last winter when Chelsea and I decided to rent a cabin in a place called Whispering Pines. Chelsea had found the listing online, an old family-owned property deep in the Appalachian Mountains. It was advertised as rustic, but comfortable, with hiking trails, a fireplace, and a hot tub. It sounded perfect for our little bestie escape, a way to recharge after a stressful holiday season. The place was remote. No phones, no emails, no noise. Just snow, silence, and best friends. We drove up early to beat the incoming snowstorm, and the sky was already a heavy gray by the time we turned off the main road onto the narrow lane flanked by towering pines. The cabin itself was tucked so far back into the forest that we didn't even see it until we were practically on the doorstep. It was quaint, sure, but there was an edge to its charm, like it had been through some stuff. The wood siding was weathered, the shutters askew, and a small shed out back leaned so badly to one side, it looked like it might collapse. But the inside was cozy enough, knotty pine walls, a wood stove in the corner, and the unmistakable scent of old furniture. The owner had left a note on the counter welcoming us and apologizing for the lack of modern amenities. By the time we unloaded the car, the snow was coming down hard. Big, heavy flakes that piled up fast. We weren't worried though, we had brought enough food for a week. And we had the wood stove for heat. If anything, the storm felt like an adventure. But that first night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't the wind or the cold. I had expected those. It was the scratching sound. Faint at first, like the creak of a tree branch against the roof. But then it moved. It started at one corner of the cabin, and then it crept along the wall. And then it stopped abruptly near the back door. I kept telling myself it was just a raccoon or maybe a loose shutter rattling in the wind, but I didn't sleep much. By morning, the snow was knee-deep, and the sky showed no signs of clearing. The forecast had called for 12 inches, and we were already well past that. Charles suggested we check out the shed to see if there was a snow shovel or something to help dig us out. The shed was barely standing, its roof sagging under the weight of the snow. Inside was cluttered with old tools, gardening supplies, a rusted out snowblower that hadn't been used in years. But what really caught our attention was the trapdoor in the corner, hidden beneath a pile of rotted wood and a tarp. It wasn't locked, just stuck from years of not being used. Chelsea pried it open with a crowbar, revealing a steep staircase leading down into darkness. We didn't go down, not then. The darkness felt too thick, too heavy, and the air that wafted up smelled of damp earth. Chelsea said we should leave it alone, and I didn't argue. But that night, the scratching came back, louder this time. It started just after midnight, the same creeping sound along the walls. Then came the thuds, slow, deliberate, like someone pounding on the logs with a closed fist. Chelsea and I sat frozen in the living room, staring at the front door. The wood stove cast flickering shadows across the walls, and for a moment, I thought I saw something move outside the frosted window. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind. But when the sound shifted to the roof, our excuses fell apart. Whatever it was too heavy to be anything natural. The next morning, we found the tracks. They circled the cabin, deep impressions in the snow that didn't look like any footprints I had ever seen. They were elongated, almost claw-like, and they stopped abruptly at the shed. Chelsea insisted we check what was down there. This time, we brought an inadequate flashlight. The stairs creaked under our weight as we descended into a small dirt-floored room. The walls were lined with old shelves, and in the corner stood a wooden chest. It wasn't locked, just latched shut, but opening it felt like a mistake. Inside were jars, dozens of them, filled with a viscous black liquid. Some had strange objects floating inside. Teeth, bones, unidentifiable shapes. A piece of paper was taped to the underside of the lid, covered in handwriting so shaky and smudged it was barely legible. The only words I could make out were property of Dr. A. Ward, W-A-R-D. Doctor? Jars full of body parts? This is giving mad scientist vibes, and I am not here for it. We left the shed and decided to call for help. But we had no signal, and the storm had buried our car. There was no walking out, not in snow that deep. That night, the banging started again. But this time it wasn't just on the walls or the roof, it was coming from the shed. And by the time we worked up the courage to look, the trap door was open and the chest was gone. We didn't sleep after that, and the sounds outside grew louder and more frenzied, like something was circling. When dawn broke, we made a run for it. It didn't matter that the snow was still falling or that the nearest town was miles away. We couldn't stay another night. We never made it to town. About halfway down the road, we were intercepted by a snowplow. The driver, a burly man in his 50s, told us that the storm had stranded several travelers and offered to take us back to his place until the roads cleared. We didn't tell him about the cabin or the sounds or the trapdoor. But as we rode in the plow's cab, I glanced back at the cabin one last time, and something was standing on the roof, impossibly tall with limbs that bent at unnatural angles. It watched us until the cabin disappeared from view. When we pulled up to the tow truck driver's cabin, an old hound dog ran out to greet him. As we pet the dog, Chelsea and I both sighed a breath of relief, the kind of peace that only a little furry friend can bestow. When we got inside, the man rushed down a dark hallway, and Chelsea and I both looked at each other a little nervously. It's pretty much every intelligent woman's cardinal rule to not get into a car and go home with a strange man. But we were desperate. And weighing our two options, our odds seemed better with a old dude in his cabin than whatever it was I saw standing on the roof of ours. Or so I thought. The man emerged from the back of the house with 2 lush, fluffy bath towels and 2 pairs of men's XL sweatpants. He chuckled sheepishly and told me that he didn't have a lot of accommodations for 2 young ladies, but it was warmer than what we had on. His accent was odd. I couldn't really place it. It kind of sounded German, but like he was trying to hide it or something. Sorry, ladies, us mountain men don't really have the best accommodations for 2 young ladies such as yourselves. We both looked at each other dripping wet in our snow-soaked jeans, and we let out a grateful giggle. We grabbed the towels and the sweatpants. After guiding us to the spare room, he asks us if we'd like something to drink. He mentions that he's a big hot chocolate fan, and that he has a special recipe handed down to him from his German ancestors. Being of German descent myself, and also a chocolate fiend, without thinking, I immediately accepted his offer for some of that sweet, toasty cocoa. Chelsea smiled sheepishly and nodded that she'd like a cup too. And she asked him if he could show her the bathroom, and she tells me she'll meet me out in the living room whenever I'm done. And she closed the door. His cabin was cozy. A roaring fireplace and unique 1940s vintage decor scattered throughout. And then I noticed what appeared to be a charger cord sticking out from underneath the bed. So I bent down to pull it out, hoping to give my phone a little juice. And as I pulled on it, I realized it was stuck in a plastic storage box. So I slid the box out from under the bed. And what I saw next made my stomach turn. The whole box was filled with cell phones, chargers, and wallets. All the phone cases looked feminine, glittery pink pastel colors. These looked like women's phones. I grabbed the first wallet I see and I open it up. And inside is an ID for a Tiffany Jenkins from Indiana. Checking the date quickly, I noticed that the ID is expired. And then Chelsea calls my name from the living room. I frantically shove the box back under the bed and I shuffle out of the room. And I join Chelsea, who is already downing her hot cocoa next to the crackling fire. The man is still in the kitchen making up my cup of German chocolate brew when I whisper to Chelsea about the box under the bed. Then she explains that it sounds like maybe he just slings fake IDs. We did know friends in college who did that, and they did have a lot of expired IDs laying around. So I just let it go. Then the man came back with my mug of hot chocolate. Thank you, Douglas. Thank you so much. Now this is the darkest and thickest hot chocolate I have ever had. He wasn't kidding about it being a secret recipe. But it must have been very dark chocolate because as creamy as it was also very bitter. I took one sip and set it down. I started to realize the stressful events of the past few days had really caught up to us as I noticed Chelsea was already dozing off on the couch next to me. I guess a cozy fireplace will do that to you. Then the doorbell rang, and the man strolled over to the front door, stepped out onto the porch, and closing it behind him. It was a delivery driver with a package. Hello, I have a delivery for Dr. Adolf Ward. Then it hits me. It was him. He was the owner of the trunk in the shed. He was who we were trying to escape this whole time. Oh my God, the black liquid. Did he put that black liquid from those jars in our drinks? At this point, Chelsea's passed out on the couch, and without even thinking, I jumped up and I ran back into the spare room. I pulled my phone off the charger and I decided that I'm going to crawl out that damn window and run. I will go get help and I will come back for my bestie, because if we both get stuck here, we have zero hope of surviving this. So there I am, in giant, oversized, creepy dude sweatpants, running through the woods in a snowstorm. What was I thinking? I am never coming back to these mountains again. I kept running for what seemed like forever, until I saw a faint light through the snow off in the distance. Now, I do not handle cold weather well, so at this point I was running out of steam. But I kept pushing myself because I realized this was literally life or death at this point. As I finally made it to the edge of the woods, I basically tripped from my momentum and I fell out of the tree line and into the parking lot of a Bojangles. Now, anyone who knows me knows how much I love a good breakfast biscuit and sweet tea from Bojangles. But I had never been happier to see that glowing yellow and red chicken sign than I was in that very moment. Thank you so much, Douglas. Thank you, Nikki. The employees inside Bojangles helped me call the police, and they were on the scene quickly. They drove me back up to where that man's cabin was. And there sat an old, abandoned, rundown cabin that looked like nobody had been inside for 50 years. Then the police say, "Oh, that can't be the place. Nobody's lived there since the creepy German man who owned all this land up here disappeared. You know, there were always rumors that he was an escaped Nazi from Germany, one of those mad scientists. You know, that the government parked and brought over here for the space race. A lot of the local kids say they see orbs around this place and everyone says it's haunted." What? How could there be no cabin there? My best friend was just drugged on the couch inside that cabin next to a raging fire. And now it has somehow morphed into this dilapidated shack? This can't be happening. I filed a missing persons report for Chelsea. But I'm not going to let this go. The police drove me up the path to a rental cabin and helped me dig out my car. They followed me back down the winding mountain road, made sure I got back on the highway safely. The drive home was spent in silence, trying to figure out what the hell just happened to me. Was he a ghost? Did he find a way to manipulate space-time? Was that a time rift? Where, or should I say when, is that evil man keeping my best friend? Thank you, Douglas. All I know is that I am never going to stop trying to find her. And if you ever find a good deal on a cabin in the Appalachian Mountains at a place called Whispering Pines, don't go. And that's the tale of the winter at Whispering Pines. Hello, El Carp. Welcome in. Kim, it's literally the cabin the twins got. Good night, Lorna. Sweet dreams. Hi, Ghost Dancer. Hi, Tanisha. Tanisha, you're so funny. I agree with you, Sherry. Definitely. Hi, Pop Tart. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. Good night, Lily. Sweet dreams. Love ya. See you in the morning. Or see you tomorrow. Not in the morning. See you tomorrow. And I will be right back after I set up the next poll for us to vote for the next story. And if you guys would do me a big favor, if you could hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner, there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. And it truly does help a lot. And I'll be right back with the next poll. Thank you. Welcome to the porch. Linda, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Good night, Douglas. Oh, wait, you were saying good night to Lily. Never mind. Good night, Lily. Love ya. Matt, you're so funny. We're about to vote on the next story, Mandy, and then it will start once we vote. And I will be right back, you guys, with the next poll for us to vote. Welcome to the porch. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. And thank you, Justin. Hi, Holly Wally. Thank you, Holly. Hi, Nikki. Welcome in. All right, you guys. Mandy, this is just Are You Afraid of the Dark? Goosebumps level spooky. Speaking of, thank you for anybody in the chat writing keywords throughout the night like goosebumps, Are You Afraid of the Dark, supernatural, paranormal, storyteller, ghosts, Mothman, Goatman, Chupacabra, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, anything like that. Really helps the AI figure out who to send us out to so that we get new porch pals. It also makes me laugh, and I will pin the funniest stories, like sentences that you guys make up with those words. Vicky, you just found me tonight. Welcome in. And if you are just finding me, welcome in. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning, even on holidays. Vanessa, it's Halloween all year for me. And we call it Samhain. All right, guys, the poll is ready. Some toilet paper. I know, Michelle. That's so funny. All right, you guys, we have... All right. We have the next poll ready to go. And we have... The Dream Machine, which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. We have Spearfinger. We have The Stillness in the Cedars. We have The Footprints on the Lake. And we have The Sasquatch Stalker for Michelle in the poopy picture. All right, and you can vote if you're on TT in the top left-hand corner. Oh, thanks, Misbehavin'. I love you, cutie. You can vote in the top left-hand corner, and you can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. We have The Dream Machine, which is an Are You Afraid of the Dark reworking. We have Spearfinger. We have The Stillness in the Cedars, The Footprints on the Lake, and The Sasquatch Stalker. Who's it gonna be? All right, you guys, and the winner is the Sasquatch Stalker. And I'll be right back with that story. Thank you. Welcome to the porch. Yes, Anna, the winner was the Sasquatch Stalker. I'll be right back. Welcome to the porch, everybody. Thank you for the repost and the sharing, and thank you for the taps. Yes, Misbehaving, we missed you. I'm glad you're back. Hi, Rachel. Welcome in. Thank you, Nikki, for the manifesting crystal ball. I love that one. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alex. Hi, Play Ball. How you doing? Thank you, Joe. Also, just a quick reminder, if you continue to spam the chat, my mods will mute you for the remainder of the live. Just throwing that out there. If you spam the chat, my mods will mute you for the remainder of the live. Just throwing that out there for anybody who might need to hear that. No, Matt, you can spam keywords. That's not what I'm talking about. You can spam keywords all you want. That's fine. I'm talking about repeatedly the same sentences over and over again. Same questions over and over again. Hi, Tommy. No, I'm not. How are you? Welcome in. And no, Skrilla, I'm not talking to you. Okay, Matt. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Rochelle. You're so sweet. Like, you guys, was she fucking serious? I'm sorry, but she's serious? She did it again. Like, you know I was talking to you. What the fuck is your problem? I know, Michelle. Everyone in the damn chat answered her. She needed to, like, I texted you about it, lovely. Well, you aren't gonna know because now she was just muted by Justin and she's gone. But that is ridiculous. And she was literally pissing me off. For a couple different reasons. But don't do that shit. Yes, and thank you, Beefy, who caught it. I appreciate it. Well, and it wasn't just a normal question. I think she was trying to correct me and my pronunciation, which was just twice as fucking annoying. I'm literally a professional. Like, don't do that. Don't do that in my life. I know she was, and she can fuck right off. Anyway, welcome back to the porch, you guys. And here's the thing. If I'm saying something like a word from another country or another culture that I'm not familiar with, and you want to tell me that I'm not saying it correctly, that's fine. I openly embrace being corrected in those kinds of situations. But for a commonplace word, girl, no. I literally went to journalism school. Like, no. I also love that saying, Mackenzie, and I've never heard that before. That's so cute. And yes, Scarlett, yes. Like, are you fucking serious? And yes, Whitney, the witch comes out when people disrespect me over and over again, especially your reporter voice. Especially when people in the chat, I watched numerous porch pals respond to her and answer her. And she just kept she just wanted me to address it because she was trying to basically troll. So no, goodbye. And that's exactly right, Scarlett. Guess what? It's my story and I can actually say whatever the fuck I want. So pick another live, boo-boo, because this is not it. Oh, I know, Justin. You warned her twice. You warned her twice, and I warned her. I came on the mic and gave a very stern, bitchy-ass, vague warning, and she kept doing it. So, bye. Goodbye. Zoe, I'm such a bitch. I can be. That's the thing. It's like people oftentimes mistaking kindness for weakness. I am the purest heart of gold. I can't even kill bugs. But if you piss me off, I'm not going to like kill you or anything, but I will put you in your place. Yes, knuck up. Exactly. I grew up in the South. I had a bit of a hard life. So fuck around and find out. You know? I'm soft now, but that bitch is still inside. Okay? And yes, that's exactly right, Zoe. It's called boundaries. And people on the internet don't seem to understand those. So I love to reinforce those as much as possible. Misbehave. And don't worry, guys, you're going to get extra stories tonight because I had to start late because of the auto bleep thing. Aw, thank you. That was cute. Was that Prairie Cooper? Oh, no, Tara. I don't know how to pronounce that. Corgi. That's the truth, Skrilla. That's literally the truth. I don't even have to handle it, literally. But yes, you guys are going to get some extra stories tonight because the bleeping thing was really annoying. Yeah, Nikki, but it's not working. But they said, by default now, we've set an auto bleeper. And so I was like trying to turn it off because I thought the bleep noise would wake everybody up. And I do cuss. So I was like, no, we're not doing that. I especially cuss at trolls who spam my chat. So I was trying to turn it off for I had to watch 2 videos on how to turn it off. Thank you, Amanda. Oh, thank you for the gamer kitty Catmandu. And so I had to watch 2 videos to how to turn it off, and it wasn't even the button they showed in the videos I don't have. So there was nowhere to turn it off. And so apparently, I don't know if it's on or off, but it doesn't seem to be beeping me, and I don't have the button, but it was really annoying. So I was late, and then I just had to tell someone to shut the fuck up. So I'll do some extra stories. Okay, Halls. Yeah. All right, quick swig, and I'll be right back with the tale of the Sasquatch Stalker. I know, Kim. It popped up on my studio today out of nowhere. like right at the beginning. And then when I clicked on the settings to adjust it, there was no button for it. It just said it was on by default now. And it just does bleeps, which is fine for, I guess, fine for you. It says it's to help creators not get in trouble. So it will bleep words that are sensitive. But for me, like, that doesn't work when half my audience is trying to fall asleep and it's like big loud ass beeps. Like, no. So I panicked and I was like trying to turn it off. Oh, thanks, Skrilla. Thanks. That was so cute. And thank you, Kathmandu, for the gamer kitty again. So yeah. Quick swig and I will be right back. I know, lovely. I thought about Kim as soon as I saw that. I was like, uh-oh. It's going to be like beep, 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 beep. Thanks, Kim. Honestly, it probably sound better than REM pods. REM pods are so annoying. Yeah, like Morse code. Bonnie, I love you for feeling bad for him. That's how I feel about cryptids too. Beefy. Hi, Pittsburgh Penny. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Pittsburgh Penny. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Sasquatch Stalker. Or as Michelle likes to call him, Mr. Poopy Pants. Thank you, Pittsburgh Penny. You know those moments in life when something happens that you can never fully explain? Something that lingers in the back of your mind, no matter how much time passes? Michelle. This is one of those moments for me. It started with a road trip. Not the kind you plan for months, just the spontaneous middle of the night decision fueled by restlessness and an old habit of chasing solitude in unfamiliar places. New boot goofing, woo! 3 payments. The plan was simple. Head down south, away from the city, find a secluded Airbnb where I could clear my head for a few days. I've always been drawn to the quiet of the wilderness, the way it made the world feel smaller. I drove my usual route. I hopped on I-77 South and I just drove. By the time I hit the Blue Ridge Mountains, I was getting a little tired. And I decided it was time to take a break and book a nearby Airbnb. This is a beautiful area to get some rest and relaxation. I found a cute little cabin about 2 hours away. Booked it with the host, and then I was back on the road, headed deeper into the mountains. The drive stretched into the late hours, and it took longer than I had thought it would. And I barely noticed as civilization thinned out behind me. The further I went, the more the road narrowed, twisting through dense trees. I love string cheese, by the way. Twisting through dense trees that loomed taller with every mile. My GPS lost service half an hour before I arrived. But I wasn't worried. The directions were straightforward enough. Just a few turns after passing an old general store that looked like it had been abandoned decades ago. The air was thick with fog. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, its wooden frame barely visible through all the haze. There was something unsettling about the silence there. The cabin was small but well kept, tucked away at the edge of an isolated lake that stretched into darkness. The air was chilly and the trees swayed gently, though I couldn't hear the wind. It was the kind of quiet that was almost unnerving. Thank you, Tennessee. I love that. I brushed off the feeling. It was probably just the isolation. There were 0 streetlights, not even a dim glow from a surrounding property. And I was completely isolated, and it was pitch black outside. The way my headlights cast strange shadows against the trees, I was probably just creeping myself out. Inside the cabin was cozy enough. Hi, P. Watson. Rustic furniture, a fireplace, a cute old record player in the corner. There was no Wi-Fi and no cell service, just a landline on the wall that I never planned on using. I lit a fire, unpacked a few things, and I sat on the couch with the blanket wrapped around me. The quiet should have been comforting. But you know the kind of quiet that isn't relaxing? The kind of quiet that gives you a foreboding feeling like something bad is going to happen? That's what it felt like. Then about 15 minutes later, I heard a loud scream outside in the forest. Not even really a scream, it was more like a high-pitched yowl. Jessica. Oh my God, Jessica, I love that. You know the sound that Sasquatch supposedly makes? Yeah, it sounded like that. I walked over to the window facing the woods and I peeked out the side of the drapes. But it was just too dark. I couldn't see anything. Neither porch light worked. There were no driveway lights, no street lights. There wasn't even a dim glow from a neighboring town's light pollution to illuminate the backyard. It was pitch black night. Thank you, lovely. I locked the doors, checked the windows, and I forced myself back under the blanket. I barely slept, listening to every creak, every whisper of movement outside. I don't know what woke me, but when my eyes opened, the fire had burned low. The dim glow casting just enough light to see the outline of the room. There was a sound outside, faint but distinct. Something moving through the trees. Footsteps. My stomach tightened as I sat up, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. The footsteps stopped right outside the window closest to the fireplace. And then I heard the window pane jiggle. Oh my God. Someone was trying to open the window. What do I do? I stayed perfectly still. I didn't move a muscle. Thanks, Nikki, that's cute. Thank you, Skrilla, for the vocal bear. And then I heard the footsteps start again. And they were heading toward the back of the cabin. And then I heard the door handle jiggle. Hi, CJ. Thank God I checked all the locks before laying down. What do I do? I can't even call for help. I have no service. What was I thinking? I froze, barely breathing. I don't know how long I sat there waiting, but it felt like an eternity. And then I heard the footsteps walk away. And then I heard branches snapping as if someone had walked into the woods behind the house. I laid there in silence, scared to move, just thinking about what I should do next. At some point, exhaustion won, and I drifted off to sleep. Morning came, and with it a fragile sense of relief. The daylight made the night feel distant and almost unreal. I stepped outside, taking in the fresh mountain air, wrapping my coat tight around me. And the ground was undisturbed. There were no footprints, no sign that anyone had been out there last night. I told myself maybe it was just the trees shifting in the cold, and the sounds of wildlife moving through the night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I tried to enjoy the day, hiking through the woods, taking pictures of the lake. But the unease never left. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder and scanning the trees, but there was nothing, just silence. That night I locked every door. I double-checked the windows, and I kept the fire burning high. I sat in the armchair, my phone useless in my lap, fingers gripping the blanket tight. It was just paranoia, just my mind, turning the isolation into something sinister. But then, just past midnight, I heard it again. The slow, deliberate footsteps circling, closer this time. And then I heard wooden boards creak outside under the weight of something heavy stepping onto the front porch. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. And then I heard the sound of a long scraping drag against the wooden door, as if something was tracing a fingernail or a claw against the grain. I stayed still, my heart pounding, and the scraping continued, deliberate and slow. And then it stopped. And then pure silence, which was somehow worse. The silence stretched for so long that I thought whatever it was had left, and that it was finally over. But then the doorknob to the front door twisted. Then the knob rattled again, harder this time. The door held, thank goodness. Whatever was on the other side let out a low guttural sound. Not human, but not like any animal I've ever heard before either. And then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. And then the silence again. I sat there shaking until the fire burned down to embers. Until the first light of dawn crept through the windows. Only then did I dare to move. When I finally opened the door, my breath caught in my throat. There on the porch were muddy footprints. But they weren't like any I had ever seen. They were too long and too wide. Almost human, but definitely not human. I didn't stay to find out what made them. I didn't even repack my stuff into my suitcase. I just grabbed my stuff in armfuls and threw my things into a giant pile in the back of my car. And I drove off without stopping. My heart racing the entire way home. I went back to find that cabin and the listing, and it had been removed. And all the emails I tried to send the host have all bounced back. I don't know what was out in those woods, but I know there was something out there with me. Something that didn't want me there. And that's the tale of the Sasquatch Stalker. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I am here every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. I do write all these stories myself and record them, and they are available for you to listen to whenever you would like when I'm not live on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. All the links are also in my bio. I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote for the next story, and if you guys could do me a big favor, could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner of your screen? And then there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. You can hit that. If you've already done it, you can undo it and redo it. And what that does is that puts this live into your friends' FYPs. So when they're swiping and scrolling through things, the porch will pop up and we'll get cool people in here. And it really, really helps us grow. So it's greatly appreciated. And thank you to everybody who's tapping. We got a lot of taps already tonight. And yes, feel free to share it in your stories and share it with your friends. Maybe you have some friends that could maybe use a little slow down relaxation in their nervous system, or you have friends who can't sleep well, or you just have friends who would enjoy being here. Thank you, Jean. All right, you guys, I will be right back with the next poll for us to vote for the next story. So grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock in the back, sit back and watch the shooting stars, and welcome to the porch. Where the fucking... Do you guys see that the shooting stars are missing? Where are the shooting stars? No, Matt, it wasn't hot. I was talking to you guys. Do you guys see that? I said, look at the shooting stars. Where are the shooting stars in the green porch? I see one. That's weird. You mentioned it yesterday, Lovely. Oh my God. Well, I don't like that. Oh, there's one. Well, they're not as prominent as the purple porch. I know. It's usually a lot of them. Matt. Yeah, it's because these are different versions. And they must have taken out the shooting stars, which is stupid. Like, come on, AI, why can't I just say change the damn light bulbs and you take out the shooting stars? I know. There's usually these. I'll show you. I'll change it right now so you guys can see. Yeah, right here. See? It's a different sky. I need to change it for the people on YT and Twitch too. Sorry, guys. There's the shooting stars. Because if I'm not going to have shooting stars, I can't be like, check out the shooting stars. And then new people are probably like, what is she even talking about? Yeah, well, so much for the green porch. Sorry, guys. We're sticking with the OG, my favorite. This is my favorite anyway. Because it's periwinkle. And green. Oh God, Merlin started grooming himself. I might have to kick him out. Yeah, the fire's green on this one too. Oh wait, that one changed pink purple. Did you see that? Hold on. We got all kinds of weird stuff going on with the porch tonight. Do you see it change for a second? Yeah, this is my favorite porch too, but I don't know why it just turned pink for a minute. Anyway, I'm going to set up the next poll and I'll be right back. Welcome to the porch. And now there's shooting stars that you can look at. Yeah, lovely. It's kind of like a peach. It's kind of like in between pink and orange. So we're kind of both right. It's like peach color. All right, you guys. The next poll is ready, and we have the door in the water, the Versailles time slip, the Ozarks howler, the chupacabra, and the deer woman. Good night, Anna. Sweet dreams. And you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There's a blue box. You can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. Thank you, Halls. We have the door in the water, which is the Selkies. We have the Versailles time slip. We have the Ozarks howler. We have the chupacabra. And we have the deer woman of Oklahoma. Sandra, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the porch. And the deer woman won. Hey, lovely. You know the delay you were talking about on YT&T Wedge? I have to wait for that to change backgrounds before I can start the next one. And it's almost like it's a good minute at least of the background taking to switch. Thank you, Unicorn. K-Bay, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me with my gallery. And welcome to the porch. I'm going to take a quick swig and I will be right back with the Deer Woman of Oklahoma. Hi, Hench. Welcome in. Good morning. How you doing on the other side of the pond? Thank you, Unicorn. That's so sweet. Oh, yes, this evening. Thank you for the reminder, actually. I sometimes do forget things. Everybody, if you would like to follow a handsome British gentleman who is very funny and charming and goes on beautiful hikes on the British countryside, follow Hench Viking, my dear friend here. He's amazing. I adore him, and we have been TikTok friends for a long time now. And he's an OG porch pal. And I really enjoy his hikes through the British countryside. Yes, and tonight he's going live. It's your forfeit, right? What? So you're wearing a dress? If he loses, he has to wear a dress, right? Same lovely. He's a delight. He is a delightful human. He's a wonderful man. And he's silly. He's a silly goosey too. Yeah, that's what I thought, Hench. So tonight, guys, he's going live and he has to wear a dress. So feel free. He said, yeah, that's the one. So feel free to. It should be, it's around 7 p.m. UK time, which would be, what is that? 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a 5-hour difference. So, feel free to give him a follow. You won't regret it. He's very entertaining. He also isn't just a silly goosey. He focuses on men's mental health and erasing the stigmas and how helping men feel comfortable in a group talking about mental health issues. And it's really sweet and it's really cool. He'll have guys come up in boxes and they discuss things they're struggling with or things they have struggled with in the past. And he also gives words of encouragement to other men, and they have a group, and it's amazing. It's very, very wonderful. And the irony is that the men think that being vulnerable like that and sharing your emotions and mental health stuff is like not meant, but I feel like most women I know, there's nothing more attractive than a man who's very open with that kind of stuff. So if you guys agree and want to give him a follow, what he does is very important and special. Plus, you know how he got my follow? I didn't even know he did men's mental health or anything like that. I didn't even know that he was quite handsome when I followed him, because he was on a hike and he was with his camera facing the hike, and he was showing people a stuffed animal that he had found abandoned on the hiking trail, and then he took it home and he washed it up and fixed it and carries it in his backpack now as his hiking buddy. And I was like, instant follow. That right there. Adorable. Like, stop. What's the stuffed animal's name again? Robin said that was my stuffed animal. Oh my god. Zach, you do too? Cool. I didn't see the first comment from Zach. I just see we host it on Sundays for the community. Oh, Brooke, I'm sorry. Alright, anyway. Just thought I'd shout out my friend, my pal. Because it's like 6 in the morning in England? And he always tries to pop in. It's very sweet. His name is Hench Viking. Let me find his comment again and I'll pin it. Unless one of my mods can beat me to it. His real name, I don't know if he shares that with everybody, so I'm not going to give you his real name, but he goes by Hench Viking. Zach, that's perfect. Just in time to fall asleep again. Did you? That's okay, lovely. That's okay. I do it too. We all do it. That's why I make fun of Jade, because I do it to her too. All right, guys, I'll a quick swig and I'll be right back with the dear woman. Have a good day at work, Hench. Hey, she's a beast. We miss you. How you doing, cutie? Speedy and Kathy and She's a Beast, thank you guys for the cozy cryptids. Thank you so much. And in case you guys didn't know about the cozy cryptid gift, TikTok made that for us and gave it to us. And I don't know if you guys remember, we were one of like the first, I'm not even gonna toot my own horn, but like we were one of the first creators I even knew of, like communities that got a community gift. Do you guys remember that? We didn't even know what the hell it was. We were like, and now I'm seeing more people have them, but do you guys remember that? And we were like, what is this? And the coolest thing about the cozy cryptid gift, in my opinion, is that you remember Lovely, yeah? Well, Spooky Bestie, yeah, I was one of those. I was like one of the first to get them. I don't know how they rolled them out, but we got them like right away. Like at the time, the only other creators who had them had like 2 million followers and stuff. And I was like, why did they give me one? Like, whoa, the porch bells are amazing. And I know, CJ, give me a second. And my favorite part about the cozy cryptid gift is that you are amazing, but it's when TikTok, I guess, scanned me to make it, and they put my grandmother's necklace in it, which is, at first it kind of creeped me out, but it's kind of amazing because I only wear one earbud because I don't like having totally sound cancel. I don't know why. I'm just a control freak, I guess, and I need to like know what is going on outside of me. And so if you look closely at it, I have one earbud dangling out of my ear and I have my grandma's necklace on. I know, and I really love that they did that because they kind of immortalized my grandma's necklace for me, because I like saved the little graphic of it, and like it just makes me happy. So I just wanted to point that out in case you guys didn't know the story behind it. It makes it a little more special to me. That's why I always make it my gift goal, because I just love that they included because I wear a lot of different necklaces and they chose my grandma's, her rutilated quartz. And I'm like, it just makes my heart happy. So thanks, TikTok, for choosing my grandma's necklace. Thank you, Maureen. Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Rochelle. Thanks, Sherry. Me too, Mary. Isn't it so cute? I just love that it really makes it more special to me. Yeah, it's like the only thing TikTok's done right. Oh, Lovely is paging Professor Who. Hi, Professor Who. We know you don't usually chat in the chat, but you come in sometimes and say hi, and Lovely is looking for you. So we're paging Professor Who. Hi, I knew you were here. Hi, buddy. Hi, Porch Pal. Hi. I always see you come in. Thanks for saying hi. A lovely Professor Who is right here. Yeah, we just wanted to shout out Professor Who because we like your name and you're always tapping away. So shout out to you, Silent Watcher Professor Who. We won't bother you any more than this. But thank you. Thanks for always tapping. And thank you to all the other Silent Watchers who don't join the chat, but I do notice that you guys come in every night, and so do my mods, and we appreciate you guys very much. And thank you so much for tapping and all. Yeah, CJ's getting so impatient that I'm drawing it out on purpose just to piss him off. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Deer Woman of Oklahoma. I know, CJ, you said quick swig. You were like, take a drink and go to my girlfriend. Aw, James. And now you have a little UFO. Brooke, how did I say it? I don't know how I said it. Most people who talk about the Deer Woman online reduce her to a metaphor. They frame her like some elegant morality tale. An avenging spirit, a cautionary fable, a beautiful supernatural punisher of wicked men. But the older stories I heard in Oklahoma did not sound like metaphors. The old stories there began as warnings. Warnings spoken by grandmothers while shelling beans on porches. Warnings murmured by uncles over campfires. Warnings folded into bedtime stories and tribal teachings. Old superstitions that nobody openly admits they still believe. The Deer Woman was never simply a monster. She was a consequence. Among Native nations, such as the Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, Osage, and many others, whose histories stretch through Oklahoma long before it was Oklahoma, stories of the Deer Woman vary. But the bones of the tale remain the same. She appears as a beautiful woman, alone in the woods or by the roadside. Sometimes she's dancing. Sometimes she's crying. Sometimes she's asking for help. And sometimes she's luring men from camps, roadsides, from bars, and from lonely cabins. She is almost always described the same way. Beautiful beyond reason, impossibly graceful long dark hair, bright eyes and skin shining in the moonlight. And then always too late, the men notice her feet. Hooves, split and black and cloven beneath the hem of her dress. In some stories, she tramples those who are cruel. And in some stories, she seduces predators before killing them. And in some tales, she exists as vengeance itself. Punishment for violence against women, for lust, for arrogance, for disrespect. A predator wearing a human face because human men are foolish enough to follow beauty into the darkness. Kinsey told me all of that on the drive from Tulsa toward the eastern hills, where the highways narrowed and the land rolled into endless folds of oak forest and red dirt roads. She had grown up in Oklahoma and invited me out to do some exploring. I had flown in for a long weekend to visit her, and the plan was simple. Stay at her family's old hunting cabin near the edge of tribal land. Spend a few days hiking. Film some footage for my channel. And hear local legends from people who actually grew up with them, instead of reading sanitized versions online. It was exactly the sort of trip I love. Hi, rainbows. When I asked Kinsey whether she believed in the deer woman, she stared at the road and said that believing had nothing to do with respecting something. The cabin was old, rough timber walls, tin roof, broad porch, which I love, antlers mounted over the fireplace. It sat alone in a clearing surrounded by oak trees and blackjack pines, with the woods pressing so close that at night the tree line became a solid black wall. There was shoddy cell service and no neighbors for miles. It was also pitch black, no ambient city glow, just darkness. The perfect place for a spooky weekend adventure. The first night there, Kinsey pointed out a spot not far beyond the woods. Apparently, it was a native ceremonial ground that her grandfather had warned her to never disrespect. She said local kids used to dare each other to sneak out and go there after dark, but most came back screaming before they even reached the trees. Thank you, Siren. One boy supposedly came back barefoot and bloody, hysterical, swearing a woman had been dancing in the woods to no music alone. Every trail there had a story. Every creek crossing had some whispered warning attached to it. Everywhere around there seemed to have a reason locals didn't linger there after sunset. The second night, we drove into a quaint little town for dinner. One main street, one gas station, one diner. One blinking traffic light. By the time we left, night had swallowed any remaining light, and the highway back to the cabin was dark and empty. No headlights, no houses, just miles of black road slicing through forest and pasture. And then in the light of the headlights, we saw it. a woman, alone at nearly midnight in the middle of nowhere. She wore a pale dress, and even in the headlights, there was something strange about the way she moved. Kinsey didn't even slow down, and every hair on the back of my neck stood up. Kinsey floored it past the woman without even turning her head, without even looking, without acknowledging her. As we passed, her head turned with us too smoothly and too far like an owl. I twisted to look through the rear window, and she was standing in the middle of the road watching us leave. Even from that distance, I could tell her legs bent the wrong way, backward at the knee. Kinsey drove the rest of the way with white knuckles on the wheel. Later at the cabin, we joked about it in the shallow way people joke about something when they have genuinely been rattled. And we tried to rationalize what we saw. Someone with a physical impairment? Maybe it was a lost hiker, a drunk person, a crackhead. Maybe it was an optical illusion. Could have been, right? But neither of us believed our own explanations. We locked the cabin and stayed inside. Around midnight, something began circling outside. At first, just footsteps paced around the cabin for nearly an hour. Sometimes slow, sometimes suddenly sprinting around the perimeter in a manic thunder of hoofbeats. At one point, it stopped directly outside my window. I could hear the breathing. I don't know why I looked. I don't know why I'm so curious. Instinct, maybe stupidity. But I peeled back the curtain. And there she was, standing inches from the glass. She looked human from the waist up, beautiful in a way venomous things are beautiful. Smooth skin, hollow eyes, hair hanging in damp ropes around her face. But below the waist, no human legs. Jointed hind limbs like a deer standing upright, with black fur slick against muscle. And when she smiled, I screamed. And she slammed into the window so hard the pane cracked. Kinsey dragged me backward as the dear woman shrieked outside. A sound somewhere between a woman screaming, an elk bugling, and metal tearing in half. And then we heard the slow creaking of the porch wood bracing from weight of something stepping onto the porch. And then came the scraping and hard clicks like hooves clanking against porch boards. For nearly an hour, she circled the cabin. Never knocking, never speaking, just pacing, waiting, trying to scare us out. At some point, the pacing stopped, and we sat on the couch in silence, barely breathing. Then came the sound of a single heavy impact against the front door, heavy enough to rattle the frame. And then another, and another. The entire cabin shook. And then, nothing. Absolute silence. It stayed silent until dawn. when sunlight finally bled through the curtains and we both could finally breathe again. We stepped out onto the porch and it was empty. But the outside of the door and the wooden porch boards were scarred. Deep gouges raked across the door and the floor. We both packed up all our stuff in under 15 minutes and we got out of there. Neither of us spoke much on the drive back to Tulsa. I just kept replaying the night over and over again in my mind, trying to make sense of it, trying to fit it into something rational. Halfway through the drive, Kinsey got a call from her uncle. He sounded panicked and he asked where we'd been. "Good night, Nikki. Love you, sweet dreams." He said that the neighboring property owners found something in the woods that morning. A hunter. Or what was left of one. His body had been found less than a mile from our cabin. Chest crushed inward, ribs shattered. Face nearly unrecognizable. Like something heavy had stomped him to death. Authorities blamed a feral hog attack, but all the locals knew better. After we got back, I was looking through my footage that we filmed by the creek, and I had set my camera down on a rock while talking. The lens had remained recording for nearly 6 unattended minutes, and I almost deleted it until movement in the background caught my eye. Between the trees behind us, far back in the brush, there she was, watching us perfectly still. She had been there the whole time. And that's the tale of the deer woman from Oklahoma. Eric, thank you for the follow and welcome to the porch. Matt said, good to know. You guys, Merlin's snoring. He's snoring. My God, he's so cute. He's such a little nugget. I'm obsessed with him. I know, he's so cute. Yeah. Right, Rochelle? I don't know why it's doing that. I know, I want to boop his snoot, but he's across the room. Really? Firefox? Oh my god. It's like, meow, pay attention. Welcome in, everybody. If you're new here, my name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore. And I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night from 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1, sometimes after. Neat from Ohio, thank you for the cozy cryptids. And Tabby, thanks for the love you so much. Isn't it past my bedtime? No, I don't have a bedtime Tao. Matt. I've heard that, Skrilla. I've heard that Guilty Feet have got no rhythm. I actually love that song. Huntington Beach. Hi, Witchy Poo. I used to have a lot of fun in Huntington Beach. I love it there. And yes, I started later, Tao, because TikTok put an automatic bleeper on me for cussing. But not just me, it's some new feature. But it doesn't seem to be on, so. Yes, Careless Whisper was mentioned, CJ. Guilty feet have got no rhythm, never gonna dance again. Yeah, Tao. And I was trying to figure out how to turn it off because I didn't want the beep to wake everybody up. And I had to watch 2 videos on how to turn it off, and then in the videos, the button they showed me I don't even have, so I'd never figured out how to turn it off. And then I started my live and it's not on anyway, apparently, so never, CJ. No way. Yeah, and I went off for 20 minutes on a chicken head. Skrill is correct. But not really 20 minutes. I did. Yeah, I guess so. She pissed me off. They really do, Sherry. Wait, it's not just cussing. You were talking about chicken breast and it beeped breast. Oh my god. Are you serious? I find it hilarious too that they were all worried that, oh, it's owned by communists. Well, now who's it owned by? My god. I liked it better when it was owned by China. What the fuck? Yes, a chicken head siren. And I love how Skrilla knew that's what I would say, because my best friend Allie and I literally call people chicken heads. No, Brooke, it's cussing's allowed. They just are giving people the option to beep. But Michelle thinks it's for guests, which makes a lot more sense, because when you have guests up, you can get in trouble for them saying stuff versus you as a host. I don't know why. It beeped bra and you were selling bras. That sounds like do they even test these features? Or ask anybody if they want them, or like my god. What? I feel like my voice hypnotizes the AI and it just couldn't even bleep me. It fell asleep. I glamored the AI bot and it fell asleep, so it doesn't even scan me or bleep me. It's like, what? She didn't say anything. Oh, the app's owned by Singapore? I didn't know that it was owned by someone from Singapore. I didn't know that. Everybody always says China. Why do they say it's a Chinese app? Yeah, I didn't know they were from Singapore. I never knew that. Oh. Well, that's good. Looks like they have freedom of speech in Singapore. Was owned. Well, it still is on that end. The rest of the world's still owned by that company, just not us. Just not us. Freedom, right, y'all? You said it wrong, Skrilla. It's these colors don't blade. Not run. These colors don't blade. Rochelle, I got your joke. And I know, autocorrect is so annoying. Yep, they sure do. US does own it, and it's now more communisty than ever, which is just really, not even communisty, it's more fascisty than ever, which I just find really interesting. Tao, I'm looking for it. I'm scrolling. What did Cinderella say to Prince Charming? I don't know. What did Cinderella say to Prince Charming? Yeah, Raziel. So like I said, fascist, right? Yes, Justin, we would all love it there. We would all love it there. Tao, I'm waiting for your joke answer. Hello? I know, Michelle, that's what they're doing. They're purposefully running this app into the ground. They have no intention of making it better. They're trying to make it fail. And it's becoming more obvious by everything they're changing and implementing that they want the creators to leave, which a lot are. And they're adding just every feature they can to drive people away from this app on purpose because they want to drive it into the ground. They didn't like it, so they bought it, and they're going to drive it into the ground. Instead of telling people they can't have it, they'll make it so bad that we don't even want it anymore. Just in case you guys weren't sure what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's why I complain about it all the time. Exactly, Brooke. They don't want us speaking to each other, especially across other countries. Because then we started to be like, hey, we want healthcare. We kind of noticed that every other first world country has it, and they don't like stuff like that. They don't like us knowing things or thinking about things, Or comparing ourselves to I don't know, all of the other developed nations. Just saying. I know, Skrilla. You know who else has universal healthcare? Israel. Paid for literally by our tax dollars. Look it up. Look it up. We don't even get it. But we're paying for another country to have it instead. Wait, Skrilla, like be a dual citizen of where? Of where? I didn't. I just said, where is your dual citizenship? I didn't say me. I just said, oh, where? Yeah, that's a good point, Scarlett. I don't even know why I said look it up. Google's not going to tell you guys that shit. Yes, the diner story is the last story. It's the one we always... You said no take backs. It's the one we always end with. All right, you guys. Sit back and relax. Yeah, anyway, we love the TikTok shop. It's so great. You found it? Yep. Anyway. Oh, my banner's across the porch title this whole time. Whatever. Whatever, you guys. Okay. If it goes down, I'll build a raft for us. Okay, I have a blow-up kayak, but it's only one person. But, like, it's pretty easy to get a blow-up two-person boat. My friends in Houston used to have them for the floods. Brooke, we don't even need pedals. We'll just ride it. Take wherever the hell it takes us. I'm just kidding. You have a still house and a boat. Yeah. Bungee rafts together, yeah. Well, Merlin needs to be able to fit wherever I'm going. He's part of me. So, and he's a little tubby. So, it's gonna have to be a pretty stable raft. Scarlett says plenty of room in my swamp for everyone. Sign me up. Sign my Misty Day ass up right now. I know, he's so adorable. He's like a corgi cat. I'm so obsessed with his little fat booty, and like, he's just big boned. I know. He has the shortest legs, and he's got chunky butt cheeks like a corgi does. He's got a little butt, and his legs are so short, and he's just so, I'm obsessed. And his chin's too short, so his little tongue hangs out all the time. Not all the time, but very regularly when he's relaxed. He is just, I'm obsessed with him. He's still asleep over there. You had a banking joke, but I lost interest. Good job, Tao. That's a good one. He's 6 years old. Yes, he's a corgi that purrs. And I don't have to like pick up his poop out of people's yards, you know? Yeah, Rochelle. That's basically what he is. He's a like dwarf cat or munchkin cat. Yeah, for sure. That's so southern too. I got room for everybody. That's why I'm like, there's always room for one more on the porch. Yeah, that one went through, Tao. Did it block your other joke? Boo. Boo. I love your jokes. Okay, guys. It's time for the Sycamore Diner. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock. Sit back and relax. And welcome to the porch. Check out the shooting stars that are back up there now. And I'll be right back with the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Thank you, Timothy Ghostwolf, for the populars and the club cheers. Witchy Poo, thank you for the cozy cryptids. And Firefox, thank you. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. But that night, something about the storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convinced me otherwise. I was hungry. It was late October, and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. I had a midterm on Monday, and my plan had been to drive straight through. 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wiper sound like a heartbeat. I had taken the wrong exit, trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. And that's when I saw the neon sign. SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore was flickering like it hadn't worked right in years. But the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon. A tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map, and get back on the highway. But I should have just kept driving. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. It made this sharp metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. The air inside was warm, almost too warm, and it smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. Checkerboard floor, red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools, and even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people? They all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just like they weren't expecting me. Like I'd walked into the middle of a sentence that nobody wanted to finish. A waitress, tall with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. "You get caught in the rain, sweetheart," she said, handing me a laminated menu. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. Yeah, the highway's a mess. She chuckled and patted my shoulder. Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers. I sat down at a corner booth and the vinyl creaked. And I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. I looked around and everyone looked normal, sort of. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard drinking coffee at the counter. A young couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. But they all had the same look in their eyes, like they were there, but also somewhere else. Like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes even when they were looking down. The waitress came back with coffee, strong, hot, and surprisingly good. And I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. She wrote it down with one of those clicky pens and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." Good night, Robin. And that was my second red flag. No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. I glanced out the foggy window, and the storm was still going. But now the wind had picked up, and I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit. Not even a flicker. Yay, Flora! The food came fast. Too fast, like under 5 minutes. But it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. I took a bite. Delicious. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks, but this was hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect, and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave me a tight smile and walked over collecting his empty mug. Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff. Just ignore him. But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. I checked the clock over the register. 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check, and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered just once and then again. And then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in midair. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped, like someone hit pause on the entire scene. I took a step back and the jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move, but no one else could. And then I heard it. Not music, not a storm. A voice, not coming from anyone I could see. Just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I backed toward the door and my heart hammered in my chest. I turned the knob. Locked, of course it was locked. I tried the windows, but they were sealed shut. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside. Just the wind and the rain and that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room, and everyone was gone. Not frozen anymore, just gone. The booths were empty. No plates, no crumbs, no mugs. No sign that anyone had ever even been there. Except for my plate, still warm and still half-eaten. And then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The same smile, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. "You shouldn't be here, honey," she said in that same cheerful voice. "Not yet." I stumbled back, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. "The others, they were waiting, but you just wandered in." She raised a hand, and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer, like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled, and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and then shadows and then nothing. And then I saw it, underneath the illusion. It was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot. Like the diner had burned down long ago. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. One second I was inside and the next I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore. Just weeds and puddles. No neon sign, no glowing windows, just nothing. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No music, no Porch Lore podcast. I kept glancing in the rear view mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. I didn't tell anyone. Not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site. And I found it. It burned to the ground in 1972. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight and everyone inside was killed. 5 patrons, a waitress, and a cook. the photo in the article. The same checkerboard floor, the same red booths, and the same neon sign. SYCAMORE. And in the corner of the photo, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again. I don't even drive at night anymore if I can help it. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little. Because I know I was there. And I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had, and I didn't even pay for it. Skrilla. Skrilla. Thank you, Witchy Poo. It's everybody's favorite, so we always end with it because people requested it so often that I was just like, you know what, I'm going to start ending the live with it and now it's become our favorite little tradition and we all love it. And yes, you guys, we are after 2 a.m. porch bells tonight. I thought I'd give you guys some extra because I love you guys so much. So thank you so much. Oh yeah, we got to do our song one last time, Scarlett. Here we go, ready? I do love you guys. Laugh from the belly every day. I would love that. I would love that. Sweet dreams, everybody. Thank you for spending your evening with me. You could be anywhere, and you choose to spend it with me. Oh, good night, Professor Who. I love you guys, and I will see you guys again tomorrow. Same time, same place, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And don't forget, if you can't fall asleep, head on over to my YT channel, and the Bedtime Stories playlist will help you pass right out. Also, if you had fun tonight, me too, Pink Whitney. Me too. If you guys had fun tonight and you are new, don't forget to follow me, so if you fall off the porch, you can find us again. And good night, Tao. Good night, Mace. Good night, everybody. Good night, James. Good night, Justin. Good night, Care. And don't forget. Oh wait, good night, Sherry. Good night, Skrilla. Good night, Michelle. Good night, Camp Mandu. Misbehavin', Jess, Spooky Bestie, Tater Tot. Sweet dreams, everybody. And don't forget, stay spooky.